Так, здорово. Чё, кого тут? Надеюсь, у вас все хорошо. Решил Divinity начать проходить заново. Проходил не на стриме очень давно. Пытался пройти дважды, но почему-то забрасывал. Сейчас под выход Baldur's Gate 3 думаю, что надо пройти Divinity сначала. Поэтому начал сначала, создаю перца. Раньше, когда играл, помню, что мне постоянно... Так, сейчас. Блять, сначала звук проверю. Всегда надо проверять сначала звук. Раньше, когда играл, помню, что мне постоянно... Так, сейчас. Блять, сначала звук... Дую перцу. Раньше, когда играл, помню, что мне постоянно... Так, сейчас. Раньше, когда... Ладно, нормально. Так вот, раньше, когда я играл, мне постоянно была нехватка. То есть мне постоянно был необходим эльф, чтобы он жрал плоть и воспоминания видел. Я брал Сибилу в пачку. Но сейчас я что-то думаю, не Сибилу возьму, а вторую эту тянку, которая одержимая демоном. Потому что Сибилу я уже много раз играл. А про ту тянку вообще ничего не знаю. Создам нежить, скорее всего. Ну-ка. Конечно, эта тема очень полезная. Мне у эльфа, блять, броня не нравится. То вот станем водой и цветами, станем водой и кустами мне вообще не прикалывает. Она же у всех классов такая будет. А, но все равно жертва плоти нет, поэтому нет смысла. А нежить, потому что когда я найду маску, я в любом случае смогу труп пожрать, превращаться в эльфа. Поэтому нежить человек. Пускай будет так. Что-то я за звук переживаю постоянно, блядь. Мне вообще, блядь, броня не нравится. То вот станем водой и цветами, станем водой и кустами мне вообще не прикалывает. Нормально. Сразу нужно продумать пачку, чтобы не обосраться. Призыватель будет 100%, призыватель это must-have, призыватель это разъёбы пиздец. Если прокачивать инкарната, то в дальнейшем он будет наводить шороху нормально. Но сам за призывателя играть не хочу. У меня будет отдельный персонаж, который чисто призыватель. То есть только призыватель, ничего другого. Чернокнижник, интересно. Я думаю, что пойду в физический урон, поэтому с магами не знаю, как поступить. Хиллер должен быть 100%. Или не 100, точно не знаю, мне кажется, должен быть. Можно одного из персонажей сделать боевым магом, чтобы он и в бою был полезен. И хилить мог. Очень много мыслей. Сейчас я возьму тетрадочку и буду записывать себе. Я хочу прям охуительную пачку создать. Сейчас мы... Я вебку подрублю. Вебыч. Где вебка? Вот же она. Сейчас пойдет... Сейчас пойдет легендарный геймплей. Так, вебка, как мне там видно? Нормально? Я окошко немножко уменьшил по сравнению с предыдущими стримами, потому что больно много места я занимаю на экране. Тут у меня тетрадочка, ручечка. Играем основательно, поэтому буду записывать, наверное, всякую инфу. Так просто будет поудобнее. Создание пачки и по всей этой теме. Вообще, думаю, в прошлой катке я играл за Инквизитора, где я не допрошел его. Сбежал только с Форта Радости, там после этого немножко поиграл. Так вот, сука, детство чешется. Инквизитор очень хорошо себя показал. Я его вкачивал в основном физ-урон, и он был воином, и совсем чуть-чуть чернокнижником мог призывать плоть эту, ну, кусок этой слякоти, который ползает и дамажит. Плюс мог отхиливаться немножко после ударов, но я не прокачивал. У меня, по сути, был чистый воин, но немножко с примесью магии. Также у меня в пачке был призыватель. Призыватель 100% будет, это нужно. Плюс у меня в пачке был Фейн. Он был к смесью какого-то мага. Я пытался делать из него чистого хиллера. Но получилась какая-то параша. Он абсолютно ничего не мог делать. Он постоянно отлетал. Потому что вся пачка заряжена на физический урон, а он был заряжен чисто на магию. То есть он был бесполезен. Он лечил, и все. Но, как правило, лечить у меня им не удавалось, потому что он очень быстро отлетал. Далее, что у меня было? Так. Чернокнижник, вообще инквизитор, призыватель, хиллер. И ящер у меня был. Он был чистым танком, он бежал в гущу и впитывал урон. Тоже нормальная стратегия, он был очень живучий, но очень мало урона вносил. Поэтому надо как-то это сейчас уравнять все. Я точно не знаю, за кого хочу играть. Воина я сделаю другого перса. То есть я, скорее всего, ящера вкачаю в воина, и он будет и толстым, и урон вносить, потому что раньше он носить урон не мог, и толку от того, что он чисто жирный, особо не было. Поэтому я бы взял, скорее всего, вора с примесью некромантии на скрытничах. Попробую, наверное, сейчас подумаю. Лучник точно будет себя проявлять хорошо, но не нравится за лучников играть. Хотя он очень полезен будет 100%. Чисто чернокнижник не хочу. Хотя... А нет, стоп. Вот чернокнижник это как раз... вор и некромант. Скорее всего, чернокнижника попробую. Маг нет. Жрец очень неплох. Так. Чернокнижник это я буду, скорее всего. Жрец это будет кто-то второй. Точно не знаю кто. Жрец это будет урон плюс хил. Звучит здраво. Третий в пачке призыватель. Дикий урон. Призыватель. Ну и воин. Урон плюс губка, то есть он будет впитывать. Он будет впитывать. Вроде нормально пачку продумал, а? А метаморф это... Вот к воину можно будет метаморфа немножко добавить. Потому что вот это вот удар щупальцами, он нормально жрет брони, насколько я помню. Но я буду чернокнижник. Для региона нежить изгои привел к лицу естественному порядку вещей. Те, кто осмеливается ходить среди живущих, вынуждены скрывать свою сущность. Это я. Имя... Так, облик. Это важно. Ой, водоросли очень круто выглядят. Так, либо снежно-белый, либо водоросли. Прическа надо пока убрать. Да-да-да-я. Дорого-богато. Это не я. Вот это выглядит вполне себе, кстати. Это чё? А, цвет волос. Так, извиняюсь, мне пишут, надо ответить. Волосы, а нужны мне волосы вообще? Это вопрос. Ну, точно не такие. Длинные такие патлы прикольно выглядят. Но вот эта косичка, кстати, мне нравится. Еще какие? Эти неплохо выглядят, такие растрепанные. Реалистично. Чисто труп.
Better luck next time.
Так, блядь, испугался. Кожевник. Снежно-белый кожевник. Не, без волос, наверное. Да, так лучше намного. Ну, блять, я бы все баки на самом деле поставил. Ну, как-то это странно выглядит на скелете. Хотя такой приколдесный. Так, как лучше это? С волосами и с бородой или без того, без другого? Пускай, нет, так прикольно.
Meet your maker. Try again.
Better luck next time.
I'm ready. You're not trying to better luck next time.
You're not trying to escape, are you?
Try again.
Meet your maker.
Meet.
Glory is mine.
Greet the rich. Try again. Meet your greet. I'll yield to none.
Это слишком надменный голос, мерзкий.
Nice try. Try again. Greet the reaper for me. I'll yield to none.
Try again.
I'm ready. Prepare. Better luck next time. You're not trying to prepare your
Glory is mine.
Повод нормальный, такой немножко неряшливый. Прикольно звучит. Блядь, с капюшоном волосы вообще смачно смотрятся. Мне нравится. Так, таланты. Таланты я выберу сам. Так, а это какие? Это боевые таланты, да? А где мирные таланты? Так, ловкость мне нужна. Интеллект, ну да, для некромантии нужен. Телосложение надо. Но может, не, память пока что не нужна. Чуть попозже я возьму. Потому что пока все равно много заклинаний не будет, правильно? Окей. Искусство убийства. Криты нормально. Некромантия нормально. Убеждение, да, я всегда вкачиваюсь в убеждение. В этот раз точно так же будет. Водичку налью. Зацените кружку, кстати. Инопланетяшка. Классно. Так. Надо. Ну, в принципе, игра все правильно распределила. Вот еще буду воровство и скрытность скачать. Почему еще скелет, кстати? Скелет может пальцами взламывать замки, и мне отмычки не нужны. То есть скелет 100% должен быть взломщиком. Навыки... я могу другие взять. Труп, блять, полезно. Хороформ. 6-7 единиц физического урона, а вы исцеляетесь. То есть я тут сейчас определю, во что конкретно я сажусь, в магию или в ловкость. Насколько я помню, в Порте Радость особо не найти некроманта. И вот эти вот скиллы я точно, по-моему, не получу в начале самом. Они нужны. Но хороформ — это магический урон. Оно мне не надо. Тут надо выбирать между двумя вот этими. Метательный нож 415 урона, я бью дальше. Это, скорее всего, лучше для некроманта. Но грязный прием тоже очень полезный. Но я изучу его потом. Только метательные ножи 14-15 урона. Труп поднять пригодится точно. Рой москитов 6-7 единиц урона. Лечебное заклинание деля. В самом начале не пригодится, а вот это пригодится. Вот так вот. Нормально. Ну что? Чё. Тоже полезно. Но, скорее всего, не в самом начале. Я не собираюсь особо сначала умирать. Волк-одиночка не надо. Я не собираюсь один играть, у меня будет пачка. Отношения ухудшать точно не буду, потому что я в харизму вкачиваюсь. Десять процентов раскрыта нормально. Вот друг животных сразу беру. Больно нравится мне эта тема. Ну тут все пока что. Теги, вас называют дикарем, зверем, но не знаю, кого это сражаться, отдавая все свои силы. Я не варвар. Как можно гадство чисто сделать? Не дворянин. Хотя красноречие мне, изящные манеры, это просто шикарно. Из-за чего этот красный ящер охуенный персонаж. Так это в первую очередь из-за того, что он просто охрененно разговаривает. Одно удовольствие его слушать. Мистик прикольно звучит. Преступник. Солдат. точно не шутник. Ученый 100%. И либо мистик, либо преступник. Мистик, наверное, с всякими шизоидами разговаривать. Ну, лучше преступника возьму. И инструменты, я так и не понял, когда можно будет играть. Но это... Вот это вот точно. Виолончель охрененный инструмент. Можно было бы еще бансури взять, я так понимаю, что это флейта такая своеобразная. Но лучше так. Готов? А, туман смерти мне не вредит, это вообще not bad. Все, готов перс.
It all happened like I knew it would. A single drop of source magic. And, like flies to honey, the monsters swarmed. The rebel panicked. The carnage began. And the magisters pointed their fingers at me. Just as I'd planned. I was shackled and collared, and sent to Fort Joy. I'd come here to kill Godwoken. But instead I became part of their story.
Отдайте исток, пожалуйста.
So, still a bit groggy, are we? Don't worry. Easy now. No need to hurry. Get your...
Well, look what the doctor got. You're lucky they didn't notice just how thin you were under those bandages. Although, seeing someone wrapped up like that, they probably thought you had the scabbing plague. Heh? Look, laugh, but don't touch. Better keep that hood down, mind you. The living don't take kindly to seeing their future staring.
Playing dead, are you? Probably a good idea. Playing dead, are you? Probably a good idea. Playing dead, are you? Probably a good idea.
Странно, что они не заметили, что я нежить. Неужто никто капюшон не поднял? Я думаю, это буду немножко быстрее проходить. Все вылизывать здесь не буду прям основательно. Потому что это уже раза 3 проходил все. Пая. Это, конечно, очень такая тема. В любом случае, невозможно уйти, пока все не вылежишь. А я могу взломать? Могу. А имеет смысл? Имеет. Сначала с овечкой поговорю.
An animal sty. Freight or food?
Shaking her fluffy coat, the sheep eyes you balefully, her rectangular eyes like letterboxes to the void.
Banded like a chicken's leg, but not much meat on your bones. That may be so, but look at the flies. Ban wisdom. Flies know when a creature will die.
With two shakes of her stumpy tail, the sheep turns away from you to peruse her hay-filled manger.
Get your dirty little paws out of my hair.
Бе,
Get your dirty little paws out.
бе, блядь. О, вино. А, стоп, а еда мне дает хил или нет? Вопрос хороший. Да. У меня плохо со взломом. Да. Не просто так там стоит эта ваза. Так, это мне, а вот сюда хочу. Окей, ну тут вряд ли что-то полезное же лежит, я не вижу ничего подходящего. Да и потом я смогу просто эту дверь сломать. Ой, блядь. Все. Все продастся и съестся. Это мне. Это я правую руку взял? Да.
You there. Come here. Hey, get me out of this cage and I'll make it worth your while. You in? Your guess is as good as mine. Someone screamed loud as a banshee. After that, pure pandemonium. They never even told me what I was accused of. Just dragged me down here. Set me free, and I'll set you free. A fair trade, I should think. A gentleman among jesters, you are. Give that lever a pull, and I...
The Magister Guard snorts and sniffles as he sleeps. You're almost impressed that one man can make such a phlegmy racket.
Но я бы не стал его освобождать, учитывая то, что здесь полный корабль магистров.
The Magister Guard snorts and sniffles.
What's happened? Oh, wait, you're no Magister. You're a sorcerer. What are you doing here, filthy scrounger? Choose your words carefully. My fists ache to meet a new face. Those idiots can't even walk straight without mucking it up. Was it Rick's? Can't just leave the prisoner alone, though. I heard he might be the one causing trouble upstairs. If it's all the same, I think it's best he comes with me. Some offensive. Come on. And keep your hands where I can see them. Hurry it up, sorcerer. We haven't got all day.
Somebody will have to take the blame for this, and it won't be me.
Подними его. Чё, не могу, что ли? Да могу. Больше урона в рукопашку чисто наношу. Нормальная тема. Блять, как его обыскать?
Empty.
Ну, хилка. Но я насколько помню, мне нужен коготь, чтобы хилку превращать в яд. А, так яд мне урон не наносит, лол. Все в хозяйстве пригодится. Иди сюда. Посиди на дорожку.
Not the most elegant solution, was it?
Как-то была кнопочка, чтобы подсвечивать то, что можно обыскать.
And I'm back where I started. Nowhere to go but up.
Ой, да, хуйню какую-то понабрал, надо будет выкинуть. Потом все раз выкину, если перегруз будет.
Why, you're looking a bit more chipper. Yes, there you are. Not too tight, I hope. The collar. In the meantime, your next stop will be Magister William. All passengers have to be registered in the ship's manifest, and you'll find him on the other side of this deck, in the officers' quarters. Why? Because we're at sea, of course, and have been...
Index fingers pressed to her lips. She pauses a moment to give you a scrutin.
My word, you do seem a bit befuddled, don't you? Perhaps I was a bit too generous with that sedative. Oh, well, I'm sure you'll soon gather your wits. Most likely. Eventually. A new life awaits, and if you're a particularly good boy, perhaps a cure as well. An end to sauce. For good. Why, for my peace of mind, of course. Why don't you try casting one of those sauce spells of yours? See what happens. Oh, do go on. I won't hold it against you. My, aren't we a meek little lamb? Perhaps I needn't have... So let's just leave it on, shall we? Because to answer your question, what this collar does is this. It's for your own peace of mind, of course. Yours and the whole world's.
She frowns and peers at you closely.
Delusions such as these are rare, but not unheard of. I recommend a cup of mulled wine and another night's sleep. Just take it easy. Is he? Oh well. Some problems simply...
Надо пройти корабль быстрее, все помнишь прекрасно.
There's been a murder here.
I forgot. Ah, there you are. And would you please tell this very charming gaggle of not at all brat-like babes that I am by no accounts this Losa woman, nor do I sing, in fact. I'm deathly allergical. How very correct you are, spouse of mine. Madame Josephine What? What's...
Her pinched face cracks into a great grin, and she shook...
Yeah, okay, you found me out. Go on and get, and maybe I'll sing you something when I'm...
She turns to you, dark-eyed and dirty-haired, and smiles flat.
Gotta keep ourselves entertained, haven't we?
They don't care about us. We're like cattle to them.
Guess you aren't a creative type, are you, Chief? I say they're one and the same.
One of us will kill our own. They're picking us off one by one.
Nope. Trying not to find anything out either. Ignorance is bliss. The utterer, the better. Thanks, but I already belong to an elite and exclusive ship gang. We play ball every day after lunch. You take care, though.
Suddenly, her eyes cloud to an unnatural black. Greyish veins run down her as quickly as they came. The clouds clear.
Good luck, Chief.
Sing us a song, I know you can.
Well, well. What have we here? A fresh face in this...
The lizard looks you up and down, like a farmer would a fetching. All of a sudden, he grips you firmly by the chin, with the intent of inspecting your teeth.
My, we are fierce, aren't we? Not to worry. Now then, to business. You will answer me 3 questions. The first one is this. Can you cook? Ah, music to my beleaguered... On to the second question. Can you knit, weave? In short, tailor?
Mad? Insufferable, surely.
Yes, I can tell from your vagabond chic. A bag is as good as a shirt. On then to my final query. Have you the ability to administer the upkeep of one's personal appearance? The delicate art of cosmetics is what I'm after. Just as I thought. That explains what's perceived. So, 3 questions asked, 3 questions answered. As per your own testimony, you can cook, but you have the fashion sense of a monkey in a clown suit, and your personal height... That won't do at all, see? I'm sad to say I must deny you the opportunity to be my slave. Ever so sorry.
One of us wouldn't kill our own. They're picking us off one by one.
My slave, of course. Oh, but I see. Yes, I suppose it must take some time for the... Still. Hone your skills, and one day you may just qualify for a position in a lesser household than mine.
I'll tell you if you can
Не хочу с ней подряд базарить. Я прям идеально помню практически все диалоги. Это его ученик бывший.
Come on, please, Losa.
Он там байки травит, там какой он пиздатый.
Be good, you scallywags.
Себе там кости кидает игровые.
Here to register, sir. Good, good. You faring okay so far? Glad to hear. You head on in now. Keep those bolts trained on her.
Standing at the center of the room, you spot a sorcerer haughtily eyeing a pair of nervous...
So you admit it then?
Yes, I did.
She turns her head.
There are others whose like...
Good. You there, sorcerer. Go and fetch Magister Siwan. We need to do more than collar this maniac. We need to shackle her, hands and feet.
There has been a murder, Your Majesty. Maybe that has the Magister's more...
It means your journey draws to a close. Do stick around.
She reaches for her collar and...
I'm just about to create a scene.
Subdue her men, quickly! If she casts source, the Voidwoken will come.
She smiles with...
Precisely.
What happened?
Нормальная тема.
The dwarf lies in a heap on the floor, his great beard twisted and tangled around him. He is stock still. You hear a faint thud, thud, thud. The hound paws desperately at its snout. It winces as it draws blood from its wet black nose and continues. The dog notices you for the first time and snarls. It sneezes suddenly.
Can't smell. Please, make it stop. Oh.
The hound sees you reach for your weapon and grab.
Ой, очень маленький урон, смотри. Снакнуть не убью за один ход, да? Блять, не откиснули бы. Или убью. Не убью.
Not long before this thing snaps into splinters!
Да, у нее так по возможности есть.
Damn, that doesn't bode well. Onwards and upwards. Thank gods. By the...
He eyes the collar circle.
Another sorcerer! Even if I knew how to rip that thing off, I wouldn't. Some crazy banshee comes screaming through, and now we got void bugs swarming up top. Saw it coming, I did. Sorcerer mutiny. Curdled my blood when she appeared. Ship shook like a typhoon had struck, and then she was gone again. Look around. You see how that story ends? Nothing but sauce can do this. Go on then.
Когда в прошлый раз сыграл, я вообще все книжки, все записки читал. Поэтому... Наверное, все равно буду читать. Потому что здесь очень интересно все написано, прям красивенько. Ну, это заебись.
And you thought Riverland
You
was
need to
flat.
find a hut.
What will happen to us?
Он записку писал.
Bishop Alexander. If Lucian were alive, what would he think of his son's divine order?
God damn it! We need to get off this wreck, and quick! Great God, something's pounding on the hull!
А мне что туман смерти не страшно
The
абсолютно.
marking on the door was painted recently, judging from its pungent scent. You press your palm against the door to open it. Your fingers clack against the wood, and you suddenly feel grey. It doesn't budge. The door groans open.
Something's breaking through! What the hell's are those things?
Death fog? Good thing I'm immune. Still, this means trouble.
А, вот. Идем с Вейдом позарим.
You pass through the door and are suddenly face to face with an undead. His skull is bizarrely angular, and a glorious jewel sits. The skeleton is quickly leafing through a volume of Cranley Hubert's famous encyclopedia, muttering to himself.
No, no, no! What damn fools record knowledge on a pulped tree? It catches fire, it turns into must when wet, it cannot eat.
The skeleton looks up and...
Oh. Yes? Shouldn't you be running or screaming or some such?
The skeleton groans and looks back to his book, frantically flipping.
I know that you were mortal once, but could you not have let their ignorance fall away with your flesh? I have neither lungs to drown nor stomach to poison. This ship's fate does not concern me. No, damp robes are the most I have to fear. Once this glorified skiff hits the sea floor, I will simply walk to... You, on the other hand, would be better placed finding a lifeboat. I dare say you would be hopelessly lost in the ocean's dark heart. I believe you did. Although I was wearing the face of an elf at the time. I had a mask, rather ingeniously designed, which allowed me to take that primitive... A mask that was stolen by that damned witch. Still, she'll drown with the rest of these fools. and I will simply pluck my mask from her cold, dead hands. Indeed, just as sensible as getting off a sinking ship and leaving a fellow to his business. I would say good day, but it seems quite likely that you're about to die a rather...
The skeleton shrugs casually and returns to his book.
Please, my time is short, although yours, I gather, is infinitely...
Gosh, we need to get off this ship.
Доползу? Сука, доползу. Сука. Как раз.
A lifeboat! That means there's still a chance!
Shut your trap, kid. Children and dwarfs first, just like the old stories say.
The dwarf yanks at one of the nearby...
Said there were other people down there.
You see those tentacles, kid? It's time to get the hell out of here.
Thank you. There's a ladder right over there.
You're gonna be the death of us, you hear?
The Magister lies on the floor, unconscious and bleeding from a The Magister lies... The Magister lies...
Wait! Void Woken! bugs won't sink the ship on my watch.
Let the games begin.
They who are about to triumph.
I thought Voidwoken was supposed to be scary.
I've faced worse.
Warning is mine!
We make a pretty good team.
Had to open your big sounds like she needs help.
You should never leave someone behind. Wait! We need to wait!
God, there's no time.
Ах ты, сука.
I have plans for you, child. Rise.
Honorable Dallas, we lost a ship sailing sorcerer prisoners to Fort Joy. We assume some escaped and broke their collars. Their vile magic lured the Voidwoken. All who were aboard are presumed dead. Yours faithfully into eternity, High Judge Oriven.
Окей. Со мной был.
Those Voidwoken made short bloody work of the ship.
Так, надо это отбежать ненадолго. Оба. Да, я быстренько покушал, закинулся макарошками. Чего вы, кстати, думаете про этот новый трейлер МК? Я что-то немножко, не знаю, как правильно сказать, не расстроился. Но что-то странное. Графика мультяшная, ничего не имею против мультяшной графики. Street Fighter выглядит просто охерительно. Да и ванжастик она неплохая, но мне кажется, это не для Mortal Kombat. И этот режим с камео бойцами — это странная тема. Типа, как я понял, это будет что-то основное. Плюс отсутствует кастомизация, меня это тоже напрягает. Когда вышел первый трейлер, я был уверен, что это будет предзаказ, прям 100%. Что я буду предзаказывать, потому что в этот предыдущий МК я задротил люто. Ну, не прям люто, но я играл очень много. Вбивал скины, даже платину выбил. А теперь я что-то переживаю за последнюю часть. Посмотрим, что будет. Ну, это так. Лирическое отступление.
Am I the lone survivor? It seems someone, something, wanted me alive.
Все, теперь начинаем это. Дать все, со всеми общаться. Просто этот пролог, там вообще не было смысла. Потому что я прекрасно все помню. Это раз. А два, это... Там даже ничего налутать нельзя.
Those are the same beasts that sank our ship. Damn, they made it to shore.
Так, а можно в защитную стойку встать? Как ты, собака?
I thought these bloody collars were supposed to be drowned and eaten by a void woken. I wonder in which order.
Блять, постоянно путаю кнопку на Alt. Надо дожимать, чтобы видеть всю эту тему. Подожди, а чего ради? А, все, понял. Мне это без
Look here,
надобности.
Quercus. Another giant. My word, this blasted isle is teeming with them. What's that? Yes, I did see how it made short work of the great acorn servant. But that is no reason to trust it. Giants like that destroyed our forests. They are the very reason the great... What? Dear me, have you taken leave of all 6 of your senses? Oh, I see. You cunning devil, Quercus. Of course, if it defeated the great acorn's vile servants, it can... We need only follow in its big, wide shadow and be safe. Egads! It speaks our tongue, Quercus. Hush before. What do you mean a good time for introductions? You know full well who I am, you silly old cat. The great Solora, grandest... Oh, introduce myself to the giant? No, we will have the giant march. Now, onwards! Shield! Venture forth, post-haste.
Кверкус, супер няшка. Интересно, почему я его не слышу? Я надеюсь, мы найдем этот великий желудь и всех его служителей, потому что в прошлом прохождении меня вообще эта мысль не оставляла, то что за желудь. Так, ящер, что там у меня по списку? А чернокнижник это я. Нужен жрец. Призыватель. И воин. Подожди, а зачем мне и жрец, и воин? Можно же более разносторонне сделать. Понятно, что жрец будет вкачиваться еще и в магию. Исцеляющую. Может сделать его... Блядь, это, конечно, постоянно суперсложный выбор в плане пачки. Главное не обосраться с прокачкой, потому что в конечном итоге это приведет опять к краху. У меня будет бегать ненужный персонаж абсолютно. Отхватывать пизды от тех, кто только может. Надо продумать было получше. Воин, тут 100% полезный класс, он будет ебашить, это точно. Но мне нужно, чтобы все персы дополняли друг друга. Поэтому насчет... Вор есть. Призыватель, урон есть. Плюс... Знал бы я перки инквизитора. Точнее, не инквизитора, а не этого, некроманта. Потому что если там все на физ урон, то это прекрасно. А если там много перков на магический урон, то это вообще отсосно будет. Как лучше поступить? Да. Наверное, он воин будет.
You spot a strange lizard gazing over the water with a steady, malcontent stare. His skin is of a bright blood. Yes, you recognize him from the ship. It would seem you're not the only one who survived the tentacles of the deep. The lizard turns about with the graceful ease of a dancer, or a duelist. You lock eyes with his, two smouldering embers.
I did survive, yes. And chances are I wouldn't have, had you not returned to the... You have my gratitude.
Hand over heart, he salutes you with a bob of the head. More than a nod, though less than a bow.
Yes, I'm sure you've all the makings of a hero and all that, but let's not get carried away, shall we? Now then, if there's nothing further... I'm sure I don't mean to sound condescending, but I had thought it quite self-evident I was gazing out over the waves.
He sighs, dramatic.
Tell me, what do you see when you cast your glance over this ocean? Memories. Quite so.
He looks out over the water once more, and so do you. A few tranquil moments pass as the...
As for myself, when I consider this vast expanse before us, I see continents dotted with mighty cities. And shimmering along the soft curve of the sea's horizon, I picture the palaces that formed my paradise. Lost. What do you mean, what do I mean? I mean just what I say. I had a very actual empire.
Suddenly, having all the air of being deeply offended, he stares at you with utter...
Well, don't just stand there gawking like an ape at an abacus. Or do you really mean to tell me you don't know who I am? Oh, may the Seven have mercy on their own creation. I am the Red Prince, the All-Conqueror. Of course you know me.
There's a brief moment's pause, during which his...
That said, I suppose I must own up to the fact that I find myself rather in between all-conquering and... The grandeur that is my fate has hit a bit of a snag. But never you worry. For the throne I was destined, and my throne I shall truly. A kind offer indeed. And you've already proven to be trustworthy enough. You came back for the... Fine. On one condition. For reasons I'll not disclose right now, it is imperative. I've reason to believe one of them may be present on this island. Promise me we'll look for him, and I'll... Jolly good. Oh, my word. How you do a stat. Come now, did you really think a handful of linen towels can fool me? But don't worry. I have studied the arcane arts for years, including necromancy and demonology. I do not hold the petty prejudices of common folks. In fact, I prefer the exceptional in all things. Your secret is safe with me. So, now that that's settled, first things, even if you are as versed in the art of eloquence as I am, that our swords will be doing a lot of the talking from here on out goes without saying. As a born fighter, I prefer the perfection of the blade myself. But I'm well acquainted with the secrets of magic, and yes, even subterfuge. What say you?
Или, может, арбалетчик?
Do not take my elegance as a mask for frailty. My blows shatter shields, and my thrusts pierce armor. If a warrior you need, the warrior you'll have.
А где жрец?
Wavering is a sign of weakness, so make your choice and stand by it. Wizardry is embedded in my nature as deeply as the instincts to breathe and drink and mate. The dominion over fire suits me best, truth be told, but there is no school of magic I cannot master.
Жрец. Как же сложно, ёбаный в рот. Ловкость есть. Сила. Это будет воин. Или нет? Или жреца. Или можно взять жреца и заменить воина, вообще убрать его. И взять за место воина одного лучника. Лучник, скорее всего, точно пригодится. Он всегда полезен. Но одновременно нужен и танк. Жрец сойдет за танка?
Very well. Onwards then to victory.
The Red Prince nods and gives you a smile that wavers ever so delicately between courtesy and contempt.
Now, as you're aware, you'll be travelling with a prince. Proper forms of address include Your Majesty, Your Royal Highness, or if you're feeling particularly frivolous, My Lord. As your luck would have it, I seem to be fresh out of luggage, so you won't be required to carry my... Of course, there are other forms of protocol to bear in mind, but I'll see to it you'll pick up the rest as we go. So, without further ado...
Так, чё могёшь? Еб твою мать. Почему у жреца хилый некромантия? Я думал, это хилый воин. Но это его перекачаю. Спору нет, но все равно. Хоть пару. Молоток. Че по урону молотка? 4-5, а у меня 3-4. А не лучше ли ему сделать копье? Сейчас. Нужна палка. Ладно. Надо вон туда сходить. Ладно, пойду пока сюда.
A black cat. Some would see this.
The cat's eyes are clouded and grey, but it stares.
What? How did I get? Huh? Yeah. Fine. I'm fine.
The cat opens his mouth as if to speak, but his eyes lose focus, and with a jerk he...
Кто поет?
Hey, mister. It's a lot nicer here. I'm sure glad you went back to save the others. Saw one of them wringing out their tunic at the shore a few hours ago. Ooh, that's a pretty one.
Need I repeat myself?
Stay back, sorcerer, and stay silent.
We know you've been helping sorcerers escape, Atusa. We have...
I'd sooner cut my tongue out than lie to you, Alexander. I know...
If you can tell the Godwoken no more, you'll...
This can't be serious, Alexander. Come.
You should know by now to obey your superior, Magister, whatever she may ask.
Atusa pinches the tip of her tongue with 2 fingers and brings her dagger to its root. Her eyes squeeze shut. Drops of blood form against the dagger.
Stop! My father, may his soul rest in peace, would be disappointed in you, Atusa. To think you would lie to his only son. The fate of our realm hangs in the balance. If you will not help us save it, then you will help the void, Dallas.
Yes, you... What a waste. Come, we'll be needed elsewhere.
Hush now.
The lizard magister, or what's left of her, lies in a puddle of gore.
She was a lizard, yet a magister. No matter her reasons, her...
Так, ого. Убеждение одно есть, возьму взлом.
I've spotted something.
I need to dig here.
Вперед.
One must put in due effort if one is to reap the proper reward.
Блять, да подожди. Можно вернуться назад и взять другой навык. Не навык, а этот. Другие скиллы ящеру. Потому что начальные скиллы вообще никудышные. Хотя вот это важно. А стоп, а меня это убивает, да? Да, меня это убивает. А нужен ли хилер тогда вообще? Блять, я вернусь. сюда. Сделаю из него воина. Делаю воина. Пережила.
I thought these bloody collars were supposed to keep those things at bay. Drowned and eaten by a void woken. I wonder in which order.
Так, где книжка?
Look here, Quercus. What's that? But that is what? Oh, we need only four. Egad, what do you mean? Oh, no. Oh.
You spot a Yes. You recognize him, the lizard.
I did. You...
Hand over heart, he salutes you with...
Yes, I'm... Now then, if there's nothing further, I'm sure I...
He sighed.
Tell me, what do you see when you cast memories?
He looks up.
As for my... I see continents dotted with my... What do you...
Suddenly...
Well, don't just stand there, gawk. Oh, of course...
There's a brief...
That said, the grandeur that is my fate has truly... Fine. On what... For reason... I've reason to believe one of jolly good... Oh, my word. How you come now? Did you really think a handful of linen? But don't worry. So, now that... Even if you are... As a born fighter, I prefer the perfection of the blade myself. But I'm well acquainted with the secrets of magic, and yes, even subterfuge. What say you? Do not take my elegance as a mask for frailty. My blow... I offered the perfection very well. Onwards, then.
The Red Prince...
Now, as you're aware, you'll be traveling with a... As you're... Of course, there are...
Так, отлично. Все, воин.
A black cat. The cat's eyes are...
What? Huh? Yeah.
The cat... Oh.
Hey, mister, I'm sure... 1, 2, long get of the crew. 3, 4... Adults always want to talk.
We'll stay back.
We know
If you can tell...
you should know by now to obey your superior, Magister. Whatever she may...
Atusa pinches the...
Stop! My father! The fate of Dallas.
Yes.
I...
What a waste.
The lizard Magister, or what's left of her, lied.
She was a lizard, yet...
Да не ори. Так, ловкость. Ему сила, телосложение, военное дело. Так, убеждать тут буду я. Может быть, он торговаться будет, потому что у него базовое значение уже есть один. Знание легенд. Так, все, он будет торговаться.
I've spotted something. One must put in due effort if one is to reap the proper reward.
Так, кожан ко мне. А, нет, это не скрывает. Так, окей. Окей. Чернокнижник. Есть. Жрец. Теперь под сомнением. Воин есть. Призыватель. Может быть, воина. Я думаю, ладно. Сибилу может взять опять. Ну да. Не знаю, возьму Сибилу или одержимую тянку.
I wonder where this leads.
As the alcove opens up, you see the same skeleton that you met on the boat. He's leaning over a corpse.
Bugger. How on earth am I
Skeletal fingers reach down and grip the skin of the dead man's face, pulling sharply upwards. After a few more tugs at the man's cheeks, the skeleton relents.
Damnation. That's stuck fast. I wonder, does the beard act as some form of anchor? Ah! No! Stay back! Oh, it's you. I must admit I'm surprised. Perhaps you're more buoyant than I suspected. It seems the human that stole my mask was... I chased her here, but she rather seems to have...
He turns back to the body, prodding at its face cautiously.
Oh, yes. An exceptionally common, but exceptional... A face that seems rather stubbornly I would normally employ a tool to delicately but viciously rip the face from the body. I could then craft a mask to hide my bone. But as I lack...
The skeleton grabs the corpse by the cheeks and pulls hard, grunting in frustration as the body's skin holds firm.
Carved? Please. You hardly think I am one of your breed. You have never seen anything like it because you have never met anyone like me. Simply put, I am an eternal, and you are not. Indeed, no one seems to have the good taste to be. My people are rather absent. At least from this realm. As for the others, well, there is an excavation site at the Black Pit's oil fields. Perhaps there I'll find my answers. Ah, well, that is the curious thing. Every one of your races resembles them in some manner. And the statues you have built to your gods look Perhaps my people have ascended to some new realm. Or perhaps your gods are merely a folk memory. Regardless, they are not here. But I will find them. Wherever they are, I will find them. Well, that hardly seems relevant. But several centuries, in fact. Or perhaps millennia. One tends to lose. I was sealed in a tomb for daring to be curious about the world. It seems our king did not agree that the universe should be explored to its... Perhaps I should thank him. It seems I was spared whatever happened to the others. I wonder if flowers would be appropriate. A cult? Hardly. We were a race that existed before the idea of race was needed. I could ask you to imagine an Eternal as a creature of incredible intelligence and skill. But I fear the limits of your imagination would not do us justice. We studied the mysteries of the universe, but I will find them. Wherever they are, I will find them. We will have our world again. I suppose, circumstances being, you seem more at ease in this world than I. A guide would certainly be excellent. While we are conversing, perhaps you notice that I am rather... Of course, the arcane arts are my little speciality, but being a brilliant wizard does not mean I cannot handle blade or bow. So, which do you require for this enterprise of yours? Ah, you seek a more subtle approach. How surprisingly civilized. Very well. What do you require?
Так, лучник.
I could do that with one hand behind my spine. Now, shall we get on? There is rather a lot to see. Splendid. Very well. Let's be off.
Thank you. Так, сейчас.
Is it not enough that you travel with me? Go on then, bark away. Let's see if we can find any method in it. Well, I thought a brief swim in the sea, lying in the sun for a while, or perhaps, and this is just a thought, we could find my mask and escape this wretched island. Oh, I think of them as little as possible. As much, I imagine, as you think of gadflies that buzz about you. Not that there is anything wrong with you, of course, just that you're, well, not all that impressive. Well, whatever helps you sleep at night. Regardless, further study will be required.
The skeleton pulls a notebook from his robes and starts scribbling. After a moment, he pauses and looks back to you.
Sorry, do carry on. Just act as you do in your natural environment. Simply pretend I'm not here. Ah, this is perhaps the first intelligent question you have asked. After all, one should always try to learn from one's betters. My people are a race far beyond anything that exists. We seek to master the secret. We craft wonders to last through the ages, long after your crude tools have rusted to nothing. I do not know. There are rumors that some have been found at the Black Pits. An oil field. I was trying to uncover the truth when I was waylaid by these magisters. But wherever the artifacts of my people are, I will find them. We have not simply... There is a great variety among our people. Some are tall and lithe, others short and muscled. Some come in a variety of eye-catching colors. Others, this is what makes you such an abomination. You look almost exactly like every other creature of your race. Doubly so, now that you're dead. Walking through this world is as repulsively bland as staring at a wall for a century. After a while, the very sight of you disgusts me. No offense, of course. No, I should not. Not yet. Not until I know. And, after all, I am still here, despite the Voidwoken's best efforts. Ignorant! I dare say I have a better knowledge of this world than any... Oh, I may be missing some social mores or be unaware of what king waged which war, but why nitpick? Your history is an interminably dull list of mortals that were born, achieved nothing. Certainly one may have expanded his kingdom, or another invented some way of pickling. Where will your kingdoms be in 100 years? They will all be dust, along with each and every one of your great heroes. Your people and nations come and go, mayflies screaming their importance at a universe that... But the universe is always there. The laws that govern your state change. Even when my people walked this land, a dropped apple still fell to the ground. I have yet to see the mortal king that can decree all apples must fall up from their trees, or order fire to produce... No, these laws stretch to infinity. Understanding them lets you understand. That is knowledge worth having. Everything else is arguing over who has built the prettiest sandcastle as the waves creep closer. The Mask of the Shapeshifter? In my time, it was nothing more than a novelty. A toy, really. I crafted one for my child once. She spent the day trying to convince me that she was her mother, even though the face I used looked nothing like her. Of course, now that toy could be the difference between life and... Well, with that mask, I can shapeshift and walk through this world looking like any other simple mortal. I could look like a lizard, a dwarf, a human. It certainly makes traveling through towns easier. Oh, it's quite simple. One just acquires a face, a source orb. Combining several of these single face masks along with a source orb will produce a mask of the shapeshifter. Frankly, I'm amazed everyone isn't doing it. Trust you bloody-minded beasts to turn a child's trinket into a wicked purr. People like you are the reason it must be recovered. I am using the mask to keep myself safe from the violence of this world. Who knows what evil it could do in the hands of some mortal witch? Oh, of course there are. How many hundreds of thousands of almost all of them seem to have been disposed of while still wearing? It's a terrific waste. Still, without the proper tool to remove the face from a corpse, I cannot take advantage of the many cadavers you're providing. So if you happen across anything that seems capable of ripping a face off a body, please do let me know. Fear? Please. Why, it's a practical choice. Nothing more. Moving through this world is so much easier when you don't have to lecture some torch-wielding lunatics on the dangers of an open flame.
Yes, by all means, let us partake in the art of conversation. I intend to rule an empire one day, not a tiny outcropping in the sea, lording over gulls and guppy fish. To that end, I suggest we focus on the obvious. A farewell to Fort Joy and a hell... Of course, I'd much appreciate it if we managed to find a dreamer first, as am I. A prince should die of old age or on the battlefield. Anything that said, I've the distinct feeling I wasn't meant to die today. For despite your heroics, I was still cast, but there was something in the water. A voice made of air that soothed my flooding lungs. It was truly, how intriguing. To hear a voice while strapped still, I wonder if...
He hesitates.
Are you a religious person? I'm rather relieved to hear it. Religious persons tend to be all too self-important in their supposed humility. As for myself, I perform the ancient rites of prayer and ceremony with a kind of languid... After all, when one is revered by many as a living god oneself, public deprecation would be needlessly self-important as well, wouldn't you say? There was a small incident which prompted my many rivals to move against me. Technically, they had the letter of the law on their side. Such a nuisance, the law. Quite necessary to keep the common in line, of course, but one such as myself it should exempt as a matter of course. By the rabble and for the rabble. You're one of those, are you? Remember that by the rabble and for the rabble, sorcerers are being exiled to hell pits like these. We'll see if you'll still trumpet the virtues of law when its executors turn to us with malicious intent. I hardly know you as yet. Let's leave some mystery in the relationship, shall we? We can exchange criminal records later. There isn't much to say, but it's the portent of it all. I can feel it. The revelation will be world-changing. I just know it. And justified it is too. As certain as the sun, such is my conviction. I will be, then grow beyond being.
Блять, опять. Подожди. Надо было Фейна сделать призывателем, потому что он сможет превратиться в эльфа и использовать плоть. Сука! Похуй, что заново насрать. Я сделаю нормальный склад в этот раз. Заебало. Блять, кто знал? Кто знал, тот знал.
Please.
Your godwoman has asked you a question. Stay back, Sort.
We know
If you discount me,
you should know by now to obey your superior.
Atusa pinches the...
Stop, my father. The fate, Dallas.
yes.
I.
What a
The
waste.
Lizard Magister. She was...
Come. We'll be needed
Заебало,
elsewhere.
нифига себе. Я все нормально сделал, ценю.
What's this? I found something.
One must put in due effort if one is to reap the proper reward. Yes, by all means, I intend to rule to that end. Of course, I'd much appreciate it if we managed to find it. As Emma, that said, there was something in the water. Truly, still.
He has...
Are you a religious person? I'm rather relieved. As for my... After all, when one is revered by many as a living god oneself, public deprecation... There was such a nuisance, the law. Quite by the rabble. We'll see if you'll still trumpet the... I hardly know you as yet. There isn't much to say. It's the portent of it all. I can feel it. The revelation will be... And justified it is too. You will be a wit as certain as the sun, such is my conviction. I will be, then grow beyond being.
Wonder where this leads.
As the alcove opens up, he's lean bugger.
How an...
Skeletal...
Damnation. That stuck fu... Ah! No! Oh. It's you. I must admit I'm surprised. Perhaps you're... Oh, yes. A face I could then...
The skeleton grabs the corpse by the cheeks and...
Because my own was... I hardly need to tell you how these savages react to seeing bone. Oh! Get away! You are simple beasts. And you simply do not like my... Well, so, if I'm to traverse this land, I will need a mask to disguise my features. Simply put, indeed, at least from this realm. As for the... Well, that several... Perhaps I should thank him. I could... But I will find them. Perhaps. Regardless, they are not here. I suppose. Circumstances, but you seem more... at ease in this world than I... Excellent. While we are... Of course, the arcane arts are my little... Much magic? I was controlling the... I could do that with one hand behind my spine. Now, splendid. Very well. Is it not enough that you Go on then. Bark away. Well, I thought a brief... Or, perhaps, and this is just a thought, we could find my mask and escape this wretched island. Oh, I think of them as much... not that there is anything wrong with you, of course. Well, regardless.
The skeleton...
Sorry, do carry on. This is perhaps the first in 10... My people, we craft wonders to last through the... I was trying... But wherever the artifact... There is a great... You look on... Walking through... no offense, of course. No, not... And, after all, I am still ignorant. Oh, I may be missing some social mores or be unaware of what king waged which war. Your history, certainly. Where will your... They will all be dust. Along with each and every one of your people, but the universe, even when I have yet... No, that is knowledge worth. The Mask of the Shapeshifter, I crafted... Of course, with that... It certainly makes traveling through towns easier. Oh, it's quite combining. Frankly, I'm amazed everyone isn't doing it. Oh, of course. Almost. It's a terrific. So if you happen across anything that seems capable of fear, please. It's a practical. Moving through this world is so much easier. People, I'm using the mask to keep myself safe from the violence of this world.
Все, заебись. Теперь это звучит логично. Можно взять и не Сибилу, потому что он будет превращаться с маской перевоплощения в эльфа. И ходить во ячейку. Он полностью заменит себе у меня. Теперь мне нужно лучше. Да. Ой, блядь, это было тяжко. Еще не уверен. Чуть меня. Так, все, сохранить. Все, там я уже был. Тут не пройду. Все, форт. У него посох не надо. Надо что-нибудь. Так он может быть и лучником призывать.
I told him at the
Did you see
moment.
them, sir? Bishop Alexander and the Hammer herself, they were so close, almost within our... You don't know them? Oh, remarkable. Bishop Alexander, they are all that stand between you, me and the Void. And they were right here just a moment ago. Attempt, then you prove yourself ignorant, sir. The Void woken are drawn to source. With these collars on, no source can flow from us. Say what you will about the Divine Order. Say what you will about... Say what you will about the Divine Order. Say what you will about the Bishop and the Hammer. They're the only ones looking after us now that the Divine is dead.
Did you see him? You did, right? Those claws. Wonder what's behind the masks, too. Can't be pretty. That, Magister, that was Bishop Alexander, leader of the Divine Order, and his right hand, Dallas. How do you not know this? That kind of talk will land you on the rack, Pipsqueak. Play tough. Now, why don't you move along and settle in? A Magister will come and find you when they're ready for you. Could be a while, though. We're up...
Saw him, didn't you? The Hammer and Alexander. They gave that scaly traitor what for, they did. Peace is more than she deserves. She were a bishop's the son of the dead divine. Don't know when we'll get a new one, but Alexander and the Hammer's a solid sort. Don't take no guff and don't stand for no idling. Earned that name for a reason, she. When you give up the darkness that's inside you. Take your fault, it's them. They're working on a cure for you even now. Got some good leads, so I hear. During the time of Lucian, of course. Who wouldn't join up with when we lost him? Well, it only made sense to see his will through. Can't for certain, but I reckon when God himself gives his life to protect you, you don't. So that's what we do. Lucian gave his life to protect Rivellon. If we let the Voidwoken get to it now, well, we'd have lost him for nothing. Fort Joy ain't no summer camp. No one said it were, but it's the best we've got to protect the realm.
Say what you will. A fella can't hear himself think with all this racket. Day and night, she hear that, Farah? You got to cut that out. What's happened?
Aye, she needs help, but none that I can give. Matters a cooker, that one, and twice as loud.
I told him at noon exactly. Didn't I?
What else do you call hollering after a ghost? That child of hers she's shouting after has been dead and buried a month over. And there ain't no amount of... She don't listen to reason. Maybe you'll have better luck than I. If I have to hear calling after Uma another day, I might lose my head. And there's not a soul...
Please, please, you must help me. No one here... Oh, bless you, bless you. She's been missing for days now. Irma's her name. She's about as high as your hip. Black of hair, a quiet child. I'm sick with worry. Completely sick. And no one in this damn camp will lift a finger to help me find her. This place turns people cold. Cold and wicked. That fellow Jeth over there speaks unutterable evil, but I can't move away from him. I last saw her just here, near 3 days ago. She was playing with her little doll, and I was washing out her tunic. I turned from her for one moment, and she was gone. Yes, of course. Here, you should take it with you. When you find her, give her the doll and tell her.
She soaks up a steady stream of tears.
She ought to come with you then. She ought to follow you back to... You are an angel. Truly you are.
Where is he?
Irma? Irma?
Pipe down, Farah. It's time to accept reality.
Ту-ту-ту-ту. Я зацени, кстати, какую штуку купил. Дудка многоразовая. Молодежная. И стоит всего 600 деревянных. А картриджи тоже по 600. Прям вообще находка, как по мне. Потому что обычно многоразки намного дороже. У меня есть еще одна. Такая тема. Но там надо жижу покупать конкретную. Один раз промахнулся, она сожгла нахуй испаритель. А здесь Она чисто только под эти картриджи, как я понял. По Toast Mary. И она прям вкусненькая. Я доволен. Картриджи тоже по 600 рублей. Toast Mary вообще пиздатая тема. Я у них перекурил практически вообще все, что было. А сейчас вот буквально недавно они выпустили эти одноразки, как я понял. Ну или их только завезли к нам на район. Балдежная тема.
Oi, don't think I ain't watching. That's your fifth blue just to this road.
What of it? Come on then, Legsy. Hey up.
This is not your business, Long Pig.
Don't let this moss muncher talk to you like that. Especially a cheapskate like this one. Griff already knows she don't like to pay her fare.
An intense-looking man steps between the thug and the elf and rolls up his sleeves.
Just stand aside, won't you, mate?
Lone wolves decide their own business.
The thug freezes in fear for a moment before shuffling back to the protection of his crony.
Pay up, elf. No one shorts Griff. Especially not one of you. Everyone in camp's got to contribute. For food, for...
Food? Protection? I have neither.
Runs the kitchen. Means he runs me, you, and everyone else in camp. You two ought to be thanking your lucky gods it's us, and not the Magisters enforcing round here. A fool never knows what they've got till it's well and gone. Now come on, elf. If you make me say it again, there's gonna be trouble.
And neither will I.
We got a system, and it look...
Stay down, you! Oh, I don't feel so good. Feel so good.
your meat.
Thank you for your help with that, thug. Rare is the human who goes against their own for an elf.
The elf appears momentarily puzzled by your comment, but then offers you a dignified little bow.
As far as I'm concerned, you are noble and just in both actions and appearance. I am in your debt. In this cave, we trust the healer. She is young, but she sees. She knows more than we know. In the camp, the brute Griff rules. I hear of no escapes. The only way out is through the Magisters, through their cure. Thugs, I can stand, but I fear the Magister. It gives me great pain. I'm with my family. We are making beautiful magic. We are healing a tree cut down with great violence. The Magisters come. My family runs, but I fall. My son looks back. I shout to him to run. Follow me, before more of them trouble us.
I've an errand to run around here first. I'll catch up with you there later.
Remember, past the kitchens, down to the beach, there is a safe place.
The man rolls his sleeves back down and casually wipes some blood from his cheek. He nods at you, the shadow of a smile on his lip.
Good work there. Good work. I can tell you.
He stretches out one rough hand to shake yours. He grips your hand tight as a vice and pauses. His fingertips feel your finger bones. His eyes narrow, but a moment later he shrugs and smiles.
Good to meet you, lad. Say, you don't look all that busy. I could use someone to watch my back, and it looks like you could use someone to watch yours. I've just got a small errand to run, and then I'll be looking to get the hell out of here while I've still got a neck to collar. How about we stick together until we get out of this place? Everyone needs to make a living. I make mine running.
The little black cat trailing you hisses at him, hair raising a ridge along its back. Without batting an eyelid, the man rumbles a lupine growl. The cat hides behind your leg, mewling.
That's the truth. For me, for you. Why not help each other get out of here? The usual way. Haphazard, terrifying, and drenched in blood. Haven't quite worked out the details yet. 2 heads are better than 1. And when push comes to shove, 4 fists are better than 2, right?
He grins, sharp teeth clip.
So, before we hit the road, it's best if we decide battle strategies up front. Survival's my main priority. I'll use every trick in the book to keep us alive. But if a wayfarer's not what you're after, I've got other skills. What do you need?
Not now.
Dexterous arts. What are you looking for exactly? A tapestry embroiderer?
Странник. Может быть, он сможет хилить немножко. А в какой магии, блядь?
Can do.
He scans the horizon for threats with one green eye, then nods back at you.
Right you are. Tired of the view in here yet? I am too, I must say. Good to know someone's got your back when the going's tough. Well, I've got a contract to complete. After that, getting the hell out of Fort Misery seems the best option. I figure we track down my inside man, and then we take it from there.
Ifan shrugs off his backpack and reaches into its depths. After rummaging around, he holds out a tattered page to you, upon which you can see a broken wax seal in the shape of a wolf's.
Have a read of my contract and find out. So, time to find this Boris fellow. You've read my contract. What does that look in your eye mean? Maybe.
He sniffs the wind, gazing out across the dilapidated buildings of Fort Joy.
But maybe it's going to work out. I've got a contract, a man on the inside, and now you. Good to know. And likewise, with whatever errands of your own you have. I'd say we're making good progress already, no?
He freezes and shoots you a wary glance, looking for all the world like a wild animal caught in the land.
Well, why not? Go ahead.
He shrugs, looking off to the sun.
Mercenaries. It's a job. My job. I didn't like the look in their eyes. Sure you didn't either.
He smiles broadly and looks away. You're not sure, but you could swear he just winked at you.
Stick with me, and I'll introduce you to my pack leader, Roost. He doesn't take all comers, but I'll vouch for you. It's good for a man to have a trade. At least for me. The Lone Wolves gave me a purpose when I needed just that. Sometimes the contracts keep me going when I'm not sure what else could.
Ifan begins counting on his fingers and muttering to himself.
43, give or take.
Not now.
Indeed. That's pretty much how I feel about it too. What else do you want to know? That I did. In Lucian's own army.
He presses his lips tightly together and looks away. There's a coldness in his eyes you haven't seen until...
There's a reason I don't wear order garb anymore. But let's talk about those old days another time. Drop it. I'd say we're making good progress already, no?
Seeming surprised, Ifan gladly takes the drink from your hands and downs a...
that hit the spot.
He holds the flagon out to you. The alcohol hits you like the void itself. Your head spins and your feet feel unsteady. Suddenly, being stuck in a prison ruled by the despotic order doesn't strike you as the worst way to spend time.
This reminds me of sharing Rotgut with Roost and the boys back at camp. Wish they weren't so far. So tell me, if we weren't stuck here, what would you be doing with your time? A worthy dream, lad. I'm sure you can claim a patch for yourself after all this is over.
Очень няшно.
Relic of flame. That brew went straight to my bladder. If you'll excuse me. Tired of the view in here yet? If you must. Not much, I'll tell you that. Why? What do you think of them? Sharp eyes, lad. But they can't keep the likes of us locked up too long, I'll wager. Come on, let's poke around and see if we can sniff out some blind spots in their surveillance. Soon as I saw that glint in your eye, I knew we'd make a solid team.
Ivan shakes his head, smiling down at the ground.
I think you know enough about me for now. Let's talk more later.
Ivan tips his fingers to his temples.
I don't think I ain't watching. That's your fifth blue jester this round.
What of it?
The woman is scrabbling at her throat, as though she can hardly breathe.
Don't touch me. You're too close. This collar, this place, it's squeezing the life from me. Do you? You seem fine. Don't you feel how tight this collar is? And there's nothing we...
Her hands move again to her throat. She seems to try to make space between her neck and the collar. The woman is scrabbling at her throat as she catches...
Ben, miss! Ivan! Ben, miss! You killed them! You killed them! He killed them all! Murderer!
I don't think I ain't watching. That's your fifth blue jester.
Keep him away from me! Help! Somebody!
What of it?
It's getting tight!
Блять, мне Иван нравится тем, что он наемник. Но если он будет такой чисто обаяшка, блять, ведьмак на все руки, то это такое себе.
Right hand, my winker.
Looky here, mates. A fresh face. Why don't you join us in a round of cards? First hands on? No problem, Freshie. In that case, enjoy your stay. But I'll be needing to collect your interment fee first, of course. I'm sure the Reds told you. No one gets along without paying the interment fee. So, let's make this easy. Empty your pockets. To be sure, Chief. Pay up and you get to keep your eyes. Sounds pretty satisfying, don't it? We'll see about that, Freshie.
Я чё, блять, ему ничего не дал? А, нет, у него есть лук.
Prepare yourself.
Mummy's right here. Where are you?
She's gone. John!
Our Father, who presideth over us all.
Where is he?
Greetings, child. I find myself in your so-called divine lands, yet I feel his absence deep in my heart all the same. There's no rest for the wicked. There's plenty of rest for Lucian, my friend. So we ought to beg all the harder for his return.
You there? I'm looking for an inmate. He wears a large bronze ring with a dragon stamped into it. Name of Migo. Have you seen him? None of your business, inmate. Find me if you hear of a Migo. Of...
Irma? Irma!
Farah, she ain't coming back.
Come on, old man. I can't wait all day.
Так, надо вздремнуть. Какую-нибудь лежанку найти. А, и подобрать. Лол, я их не обыскал.
Oh, I don't feel so good. Hey, I know you.
Losa, the dark-eyed jokester you met aboard the ship, waves enthusiastically and dips into...
Back then, I was Madame Josephine Gribbles de Pube. You. Nothing like a nice tentacle slap across the moor to set the tone for the week, eh? How'd you escape? Me too. Did you hear something? When you were in the water, I mean. I heard the same. Do you know what this means?
Losa's voice catches in her throat. The joy drains from her face. Her eyes lose focus, and her whole body... She is stock-still, waxy-skinned, her eyes dark. Greyish-black veins run from her eyes down her cheeks. Her head snaps to you mechanically, and her eyes lock with yours. Dark pupils dilated into great black voids. Light suddenly flashes back into her face. The grey veins drain to pinkish flesh, and her...
Anyway, what were we talking about? Ah, it's nothing really. It's just... I'm just a bit... well, a bit... Put it like this. You've never been a host, I bet. That's because you're an infested clump of leaves on the side of the road. That ain't bad, though. But I'm a roadside inn. Red door, flowers out front, friendly lady at the door beckoning like a goddamn gold star inn for the disembodied. Now, isn't that just the question of the hour? I can't be sure just yet. I'll be surprised if it's a demon. Definitely not a sprite either. So, how are you enjoying the joy? So true. And you can stay as long as your heart does. So, you want to check this place out together? Strength in numbers and all that. It does, right? Before we head out, I've got more than a few tricks up my sleeve. So you'll have to pick which one I'll pull out if... Lately I've been into the enchanting arts, but I can shoot, slash, summon, steal, whatever your little black heart desires. So, what'll it be? Sure. Bashing... Don't know if you could tell, but Mr. Sounds fine. So, we're good, yeah? Hey, wait a sec. It looks like you have all the company you need. Maybe till then. Stay down, you!
Bow your head, please! If we chant the endless prayer, the next divine will ascend. Haven't you heard? Bishop Alexander, the divine's own son, is God. Do not doubt that he will come into his powers at any moment, and then he shall ascend.
The shrine depicts Lucian the Divine, avatar of the 7 gods. A low, resonant vibration. Your knees buckle. The hum grows louder. The world tilts and fades.
A shrine, by the looks of it. So this is Fort Joy.
Heading into the kitchen? Don't try anything funny around, Griff. I'm watching you. Ha! Cheeky. What's your name? I'm Butter. Nice to meet you. You think? I was raised by the wit. Joining up with Griff's the closest thing you can get to security around here. Family too. Till the Reds take you, anyway. There's a gap between what we want and what we can have, isn't there? Here more than anywhere else.
She laughs. The sound fills the air like the ringing of a...
Now, look, I have an idea. I know we don't know each other very well, but time is so short and a connection is so rare. If we get out of here, will you meet me again in Arcs?
She leans forward and grazes your cheek with her...
Until then, careful. Don't want to catch Griff in a bad mood.
I know that look well enough. You're about to pop, ain't ya? Why don't you enter a match and let some of that frustration out? It's the right one. Winning has its own rewards, if that's what you're after. Slip. Not scared, are ya? Go on. Not scared, are ya? Go on, down the hatch.
Ain't fit for beasts.
Hey, you're a little light in your pack. Why don't you take a gander at the goodies I got? Stuff you won't find anywhere else in camp. Procured by special means. Only the finest, you know.
Worse than war rations, these.
То, что нужно.
Hey, you're a little light in your trunk, ain't you? Who can blame you with the garbage they've got for sale around here?
Worse than war rations, these.
Why don't you take a gander? Still on your feet, eh? Glad to hear it. Feel free to take a gander at the stock,
Ain't
if you're
fit
so
for
inclined.
beasts. Worse than war rations, these. Perhaps if those bleeding dwarves didn't eat so much.
Still on your feet, eh? Glad to hear it.
Perhaps if those bleeding dwarves didn't eat so much.
Griff is slowly, methodically peeling the skin from a potato. As you approach, he looks up.
What? Who's asking?
He smirks and holds the little knife.
I'm listening.
You forget my name, here?
Thugs. Look at it this way. People get lawless here, and we all starve. They'll cure you of your sauce. Nightshade will cure you of an headache too. Sure, good stuff, huh? Can't help you there. If I could, I wouldn't be here peeling goddamn potatoes.
If Her Majesty finds this on you, you forget my name, here?
Take your coin then. Not scared, are ya? Go.
Watch yourself, boy.
Follow the rule.
Amid the squalor of Fort Joy, you suddenly spot an elf with diamond features. Regal, she was among the sorcerers with whom you fought the Voidwoke. Her eyes are focused on a lizard some distance away, and you get the distinct feeling he's an unfortunate man indeed to be trapped. No sooner have these words left your mouth than she turns about and grabs you in a stranglehold. You feel the tip of a...
You caught me off guard. No one catches me off guard. Who are you? But you did. And now the tables have turned.
A push, a pivot, and now you suddenly face her. The needle still, despite the precariousness of your situation, you notice a flaw in her diamond features, a curiously shaped scar on her left cheek.
Let me tell you, once upon a bad old time, but now I'm free. Of so, I intend to raise the subject with him.
She drives the needle in.
In truth, it does not matter in the least who you really are. You saw me mark my prey. That makes you a liability. That makes you needle feed. Your death will be slower, more painful, but fair enough, if you insist.
She removes the needle.
Let's play.
Блин, серьезно?
Worms take you.
Just as you're about to address the lizard, the Red Prince bars you with an outstretched...
This man is a dreamer. As you know, I need a word with him. You may... Permission, indeed.
He bids the dreamer stand up and pay attention, which he does in a grovelling and awkward manner. The dreamer then chews and swallows a handful of Drudene leaves before slipping into a trance-like state.
Сибилус, может, я убил ее в самом начале, это прям... Но я бы в реальности так бы отреагировал. То, что хуя меня крутит, вертит, что-то ножом тыкают.
He falls asleep. To your surprise, the Red Prince lies down and follows suit. After about half an hour, they wake up and begin to discuss. The Red Prince pinches the bridge of his nose in apparent irritation before turning his back on the jabbering dreamer.
Опять как сесть, сука.
You receive a withering glance in response.
A deserved bit of sarcasm, I suppose. But though this stingtail fellow may be a less than stellar specimen in the firmament of dreamers, the dreams themselves, turns out I'm being hunted by an enemy I didn't know actually existed. The myth-shrouded House of Shadow. The dreamers, though, they're on my side. And they've visions of me on the throne. That's because you haven't seen that other world in all its glory. It is... Oh, I was born with the promise of an empire, and that promise will be kept. But to keep it, I must find a second dreamer, a greater one. Bahara is her name, and she resides in the swamplands east of the fort. So, let us make our escape and venture there post-haste.
You know, I could tell you all about swamp dreamers too. I chewed that much Druden, eh?
Oh, do hold your prickly tongue.
Huh? What? But I was... It was... Please, tell me. Tell me. Why did you wake me? I was so close, so close, so close to the dream. It's been so long. Not to worry. I haven't slept a wink since your last interruption. Not to worry. I haven't slept a wink since your last interruption.
Here you are. I wonder what keeps you. Tell me your... We are unfamiliar, yet familiar. We are the same material, so tell me. Tell me your... Start from the beginning. Start from where you come. I see, I see. Now tell me more. Tell me what you do. Tell me what you find. I understand. Now tell me how your story ends. Power! An old ambition. I have a token for you whose power comes from strength, and strength comes from growth. These seeds sprout. So does the iron in your spine. I give my word. It is nothing. Many fragments swirl on my shore. See what I gather.
I found you, didn't I? Red, they said. Red, then dead. Not an attempt, mate. Not if I can bloody hell. Time's up, Your Highness. Let's... It's stabbing time.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Damned nuisance these assassins are. It's their frightful manners I mind the most, really. Well, that was rather fun, wasn't it? I do find it ever so invigorating to cut a cutthroat's throat. Oh, one gets used to this kind of thing so quickly. This is hardly the first time someone's filled some poor fool's purse and bid him kill the prince. I'll tell you what, though. The House of Shadows will have to do a lot better if it seeks to get all those bumblers they've sent so far mark a mere insult to my sword.
Не, с ними даже разговаривать не хочу. Раздражает этот персонаж. Такой типичный, бухвалящийся, блядь, гном.
Collared like a dog. A very tall, very strange-smelling dog. I'd pity you, but Captain Ineffable has a soft spot for beauty, and you carry that choker off so very well. In short, you should be honored that I would even talk to you. I am the most powerful sorcerer to have ever scuttled upon this shore. Sorcerers dance while magisters pull the strings. Fools all! Their tomfoolery won't save them from the destruction the void shall wreak upon them. But of course, they'll happily dump your meager bony corpse into the sea when they're through with you. Oh, the tragedy of it. This power is my birthright, same as yours. But one of us has grown to astounding heights, and the other has sunken to depths too humiliating to describe. Pity. Yes, I'm surrounded by inferior creatures, none of whom recognize my greatness. Ha! Of course, precious. But which...
Don't all dilly-eyed.
А я туда хочу? Мне кажется, что не очень. Где это раньше?
As soon as I saw that glint in your eye,
Ifan nods and surveys the hop.
Come on, chap. Don't be unreasonable. Better even to puke yourself to death than get purged, don't you think? You should be happy for greed. Please, excuse us.
You're talking to me, not him, Sam.
Oh, for the love of Lucian, Balladeer.
Say it again. What you said about my wife. Go on. Go on, Sam.
Well, it's the truth, and you know it. She's better off. So what if it was messy? I'd rather puke myself to death 1,000 times than let the Reds get to me. If she were my wife...
A flat smile twitches across...
She never did like you.
The man looks for a moment at the corpse at his feet, then turns back toward the nearly finished coffin, bloodied hammer in hand. He nods at you and turns back to his handiwork. He taps hammer to nail and doesn't look up. The lizard's brow knits together, then apart, and back again. He seems to be swimming deep in his thoughts and doesn't look up as you approach.
The ground. I don't know what you... I'm just trying to work it out. My mind? What else, my friend? I'm wondering why. All of this. Source, the Voidwoken, the Divine. Why? No doubt the two are related. Perhaps if we can reverse the cause of our misfortunes, we can stop this madness before it goes any further. I fear it will be quite some goods. Ah, yes, of course. Have a look.
Tell anyone where you got this, eh? Everything there? Good.
Worse than war rations, these.
You forget my name here.
Oh, 10 bottles of mead.
Wouldn't know a thing about you.
1,000 bottles of dust. 50 bottles of tears. Oh, Make the hinges rust. Ho ho! Ain't come to shake me down for my knickers, have you? They're all I got left after your buddies were through with me. Ho! Right kind of you, my friend. I've grown quite attached to 'em over the years. Well, almost literally in this filthy place. Ho! Come on. We may be here, but at least we're alive. And it... Come on. We may be here, but at least we're alive. And it did it go.
You there. You've just arrived, isn't that right? Are you... It's just... I've a proposition. Something very worth knowing. Oh, noble. But after the Magus, good luck with your friends, though.
It's time to accept reality.
Stay back. It's getting...
Coming back.
Ой, она в другом материале лежит.
The old dog looks up at you but doesn't lift his greying head from his paws.
I'm Buddy.
The tip of his tail starts to wag.
It's no use anyway.
The dog tentatively sniffs the offering.
You're nice. Emmy would have loved you. She was my mate for the last 7, carried the 2, last 50. 5 years! The Magisters, they took her. Nope, haven't smelled her either. She was real bright, you know. Had the best sniffer you've ever seen. I guess that's what... Hey! Oh, hey! Hey! I thought you might be Emmy. It's nice to see you. Key? What key? Oh, the key! The magic, if you find out where it leads, if you see Emmy, tell her I miss her. I think I love you. Not too far from here, but she was taken by a guy in a white robe who smelled horrible, like lots and lots of dogs, and also a little like dead people. He dragged her into the big castle just there.
The dog focuses at the cat at your feet. Bear. The dog. The cat's eyes are clouded and grey.
What's going on?
What's going on? Прервусь. Блять, меня не было слышно. Я рассказывал про то, что я покушал. И то, что у меня вишенка лежит, размораживается. Так. Так, подожди, а чё у меня микрофон вырубается сам? Ну-ка, блядь. Меня слышно вообще на стриме? Алло? Алло? Да, вроде слышно все.